Interesting, there's an update. Should go by relatively quick. All right, let's see. All right. And we'll jump over up here. As this is done, we'll hop on in. And we'll pull this up over here. This is taking way longer than I thought it would. Well, shoot. At this point, we can... What can we do in the meantime here? We can pull up the paints. Ad blocker, fuck the fuck off. Wow, that is more white than blue. Kitty, chill out. And there we go. I'm still wondering why they're making these ground vehicles like this. Like, it was a decent rat skin. Let's see. About halfway there. Okay. Let's take a look at what's on the standalone ships. Hoplite. I wonder why they don't sell the Warlock more. I don't think I've ever seen it up for sale. I know you can get it in game. The Golem Ox is tempting because that would be, I don't know. It's actually a cool looter ship, but I don't think it has really a place on my channel and my content. The Talon, though, is probably a ship I should buy. I just still can't, I don't know, like, I genuinely think it would look way cooler without the little feathers. It was just the core body of the ship. All right. The Aurora Mark 1 SE is actually a ship I think I do want to get. Now that I've thought about it more. I might pick it up tomorrow. Alright, let's see here. This is done. We can launch the game finally and get into it.
Trying to hold me back, you know I can't.
All right. So we're going to start off doing some contracts on the surface of Pyro 4. Just to try and, one, get blueprints, two, natively get some money because we need that for our refining. And also, if we're just natively flying around there, we'll be a chance to find... We'll get a chance to find the ore we're looking for. All right.
They try to hold me back. You know I kinda know. It's getting good and we can't stop now. It's getting good and we can't stop now.
All right. Here we go. I'm a little bit floaty, aren't I? I'm like, am I usually this tall? There we go. So yeah, we've gone a bit more local. We've obtained some additional gear. And I actually do dig the vibe of this equipment we've got on right now. I do want to check the shops. That's ship equipment. Actually, I'll check and see what they have. I haven't been in Pyro in a while. I remember not being super impressed by the... Attritions. Oh, they got Panthers here. FL's here, interesting. That was more expensive than I really wanted to spend there. All right. Let's pull out the pole and make sure we still have everything we need. There's also a player here, so we should be aware of that.
To the A-plus vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been released.
Don't spend too much time loading stuff. There's our girl. All right. Close that door so no one can get to jump on here. Put all this stuff away. All right, and then we'll have to go back to get the sniper we bought. And we'll buy some arc light batteries as well. Okay.
I don't wanna shut you out. I don't wanna rush you around.
But we do need to get a few other things as well.
I wanna make it crystal clear that I won't give in to the fear.
I do want a bigger storage box.
I remember standing on the edge, closing my eyes, counting to 3, jumping with the rush in my head, only to find water was concrete, and now you're pumping
All right.
my lungs.
Now there should still be an inventory access here for us to get our stuff.
No matter how deep I go,
Yeah.
to you it looks like the water is crystal clear.
Cargo shop. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there isn't an inventory access in here as well. Oh, that's expensive. We are very broke again. We can't even afford another tractor rifle. That's okay, you know? Being broke as shit out in Pyro is kind of fun. I'm not gonna lie. Scabbing all my gear and stuff. I just want to get a bigger box. All right, there should be. Where's the equipment? Here we go. Let's grab our sniper rifle.
Things are getting pretty desperate in the UAE. I'm one backwater away from joining an outlaw pack.
265.
Same when you got mouths to feed.
All right, we can't get any arc light max. It's okay. We stay at range and we take care of things that way. We should be all right. General Freight 01 and helmet is on. Wow.
Give it up, okay. Give it up, give it. Give it up, okay. Give it up,
Oh, it was already lowered. My bad.
give it up, give it. Okay. Come now, on my body. Come now, give it up, give it. Come now, on my body. Come now, on my body. Come now, give it up, give it. Come now, on my body.
Polaris discount tech, right? Exactly. Good to see you again, Spiegel.
Give it up, okay. Give it up, give it.
How was your Monday? Oh, they stored my ship.
Give it up, okay.
Yeah, I've gone full native. These are so broke, we've scavenged gear. But that also did mean that we had a dead body that glitched into the Polaris when we were trying to loot it. And it wouldn't let us bedlog, so we had to come to the station to get off. Tuesday is okay. Yeah, you're already on Tuesday. I'm still on Monday. How does it feel to be in the future? Tell me, have we ended all wars? Has Star Citizen come out yet? I'm the man of your future, literally. Now we'll just have to see if we can't find wherever the fuck that external docking port was that has our SU container, and we'll grab that. So yeah, I worked today. I had a really busy day and it was really slow, so I busted out the work laptop and I did some hand mining, which was not what we needed, but I did try to find more of that stupid 1% drop rock. Couldn't find it. But I did find some aphrite and dolivine, and I got some high value of those. So I realized I definitely wanted a larger storage container than those two SU boxes, especially if I wanted to be out here at any period of time, or if I wanted like a gear storage or something, right? So I picked that up. But as you see, we've gone full native. This is all except for the backpack gear we've managed to liberate from people who are living on Pyro 4. So my thought process is that we will go back to Pyro 4 and run missions on there to get some money, because we're gonna need it anyways, right? And there we go. And then as we're flying around, just going and looking for this stuff, we will maybe run into that ore, right? And who knows, maybe we'll get additional blueprints and stuff too. Now, where the fuck are the freight elevators? I pulled out my box, but I don't know what side of the station or where the hell it ends up. It is kind of fun, you know. I'm glad I came in here in shitty gear and not in my like usual, you know, paid for armor that's all pretty and stuff. So that way I was able to basically come and sorry, I'm distracted by this whole sea here. Basically, I was able to come... Oh, there it is. And just, you know, drop shit I don't care about. Trade up. Kind of like the old way I used to play back before item recovery, tier 0. Absolutely, Sky. That is a fantastic idea. I think I'm on the other side because I have my frickin' why did I lose all attitude of control again?
Warning, your vehicle is blocking a critical path. Please clear the area or it will be impounded.
What? This is but my loot. Why do I not have attitude control? This is wild. This bug keeps happening to me. There we go. Why the impound? This is literally my freight elevator.
Warning, your vehicle is blocking a critical path. Please clear the area, or it will be
Can I go to the side here?
Warning, your vehicle is blocking a critical path. Please
This
clear
is
the
annoying.
area, or it will be impounded.
I actually literally cannot pay the impound fee, by the way, guys.
Injected you into my veins. Switch lines, not lanes.
Attention, this vehicle will be moved into storage to accommodate...
Don't you frickin' do that.
area as soon as possible.
I have existential dread. War rotting in my own head. Scrolling away the year. Bottling up
Why do I have this constant drift now?
my neighbors think I
Star Citizen. There we go.
I'm not, it's a game in my brain. Traveling won't solve my problems. Mess won't numb the pain. No answer came, not in the Novocaine. The edge of what was meant to be,
All right.
not victory.
We're just gonna have to frickin' EVA, I guess.
Guilty pleasure on a rampage.
I've never used these external things before. I guess it's because I don't have an order down there.
Becomes a mission.
See how close I can get.
Every flaw a clearer cue.
But we cannot afford that impound fee.
I'm not chasing definition. I'm simply hearing that snooze.
Okay, couple mode on as a parking brake. Here we go. Yeah, guys, we are so ultra broke. Like 265. Also, why is my textures gone? Bro, what? We had textures a minute ago. Bro, I'm so broke. I can't.
Not victory. Dirt escape. Guilty pleasure on a rampage.
Okay. Yeah, so right now I've got 2 boxes while that opens. And here's where I put all of my trash. So this is all of my sub 500 or that I got while I was working earlier today. Hey, textures came back. And then in this one next to the crafter is where I put the higher end stuff. So we even got like 873 and 956 on this Dolivine, right?
I have existential dread while rotting in my own head, scrolling away the years.
But so we're gonna start off with doing missions
Filling up stagnant tears.
because we just need money. We can't even afford to refine the ores in our ship right now.
It's a game in my brain. Traveling won't solve my problems. Mess won't numb the pain.
And I think we're probably doing it wrong. I think looking for things to craft a specific item, unless you really want the item, is not going to be fun, right? But if you just got a lot of blueprints and you just went out and you gathered a lot of ore, and you were just chill about it, and you were just taking what was good and was there, probably wouldn't be as frustrating as the experience that we had, right? You're betting the impounds due to the... Yeah, probably. Now we have more cargo space.
What will I find when I leave myself behind to be with you?
All right.
What will we be when we are one community?
Yeah, but anything bad happens to us, we're kind of screwed. We are so broke, we can't recover from a disaster. So we're kind of playing like Tarkov Citizen, even with item recovery tier 0, meaning we can't actually lose items. Because literally, if this ship blows up, I can't replace anything on it. Gang is all here, exactly. And if we get a chance to PvP, I will PvP. But yeah, like I said, I got this armor set off of some rando on a planet, and I think it's pretty cool. Yes, it's light and medium, which is not very good for the meta, but it's what I have, and we're broke. It also kind of matches the paint of the Polaris. Not the interior, but the exterior. You have the box deliver. Yeah, guys, box delivery and pyro and my Polaris over here. Oh. And let's go back to Pyro 4, baby. Polaris pizza delivery. The pizza will get there cold, but it will fucking get there. DoorDash and Pyro, Polaris style. I've been enjoying it my time out in Pyro, though. I'll be real. I like Pyro. I wish I could. Don't let you crash on me, game. Holy fuck. Anyways, like, this is like kind of going out, living off of a ship has been fun. It's not my usual content. It's not the PvP. Oh, we had this really cool effect right here. Holy shit, that's almost screenshot worthy. Look at that. It's not my usual gameplay of just sitting on Hathor, but it's been different. All right, let's see. All right, over an abandoned outpost on Pyro 4. Hit by some geniuses led by Tracer Song. It's hustling song that passes by. See it, they haven't wised up. All right, we'll do this one. I can foresee more PvP. Absolutely. We're not gonna become miners living a peaceful life out in Pyro, but it really does feel like that opening scene of Rogue One where it's like, you, a man of your talents out here. It's like, yeah, it's a peaceful life. But no. The war zones at Hathor call to me, and hopefully eventually doing all this will be able to go to those contested zones. The Rockbreaker, though, I really now think no one's doing Rockbreaker contested. I think they're all doing the exclusive ones because money is still fucked. Minor count, no. Listen, guys, I will always be a fighter jock, but this has been a fun little detour. What sucks is I'm almost certain that crafted gear won't survive the white like the next major patch that does resets. So I'm hoping that they sort that out, because it would suck to work hard to get a well high-end crafted gun, right? And then have it become a normal gun when the 4.8 drops. Is my radar not powered? No, it's powered. I just don't get to have a radar right now. It's not like I need situational awareness in Pyro, guys. Come on, that's fake news. Aphrite, Fameline. So we are just going to keep an eye out as we come into these missions and just look for any rocks for our crafting objectives. So still are on. Spoilers, Manipods. Is he the cave? It's a derelict outpost, not a cave. I think we're not going to see anything insured from ships yet. I think what we're going to see is the ability to craft items that are purchased from the store. That would be really cool. I would love to be able to fully load out a ship and then get that stuff back with a higher insurance cost. But that to me sounds like that's probably a later thing. Well, Laranite off the right. Interesting geography here. We have a sniper rifle. Don't crash game. All right, yeah, this we're sitting on our nacelles. Scoot forward a bit here. A little bit better. I'm not gonna give up on it, dude. I'm not telling you to give up on it. I'm just saying I really think the first thing we're getting is gonna be the ability to lose gear again, but to get purchased gear from stores. This is probably me being a little bit of a LARPer, because I'm not even gonna have the marker for the guy yet, but I kind of want to see if I can't get a snipe at range. I mean, we have a sniper rifle. It is not my favorite sniper rifle, but it was for the good cost of free. Don't tip over, Polaris. Okay. Ooh, all these stutters are scaring me, man.
Where did you go? I wanna know.
Now, my favorite sniper is definitely the P6LR.
Been here before. Don't say no more. Won't cry. I'm better off all alone. 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 Alone.
Yeah, the P6 is my baby. If I could get a blueprint for that. This is cool though. This is shit that like back in the day we would always dream of because you had the sniper rifles. Never a reason to use it. All these stutters, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think this is a little bit of LARP though. I was thinking we can get a shot off it here. Would have been cool though, right? Should we try and risk going down the mountainside? I mean, worst case, we can always backspace onto the Polaris.
You wouldn't know it, but I think of you.
You like the idea of the scalper? Just wish it was better. Yeah.
When I was
This is getting a little treacherous on the terrain here.
been here, but you're still the truth when life feels made up.
I actually used to do quite a bit of sniping in Arma and DayZ, which is, and this is kind of a similar system with the zeroing of the scope. Also, for both very similar decent key games.
Do you ever think of me when you're lost and
Respawn should still be set, yeah.
do you ever think of me when she holds you that closely? Do you ever think of me when you're lost and you're lonely? Do you ever think of me when she holds you that?
I'm not seeing anyone down there, so I'm wondering if they aren't going to spawn. Ooh, okay, let's not fall. The animations get funky when you're on this incline. Getting up might be. It was LARP, guys. We knew it was LARP. We'll just fly closer. I just wanted to see if I could get a cool sniper shot.
Maybe you see it from my point of view now. Time has passed.
We knew it was LARP, guys. Come on, we knew that.
Like calling your name out loud. Just wanna know, like, please can you hear me? Do you ever
I will say I am glad that they've gotten this regenning on the ship to be a lot better. Alright. How many more regions do we have on this board? We've used up quite a few of our lives, I'll be real with you. We have 2 more. Okay, so we've almost used half our med bay.
do you ever
And we're going to want to... We're going to want to get our body back because we had a bunch of ammo in there. CFP missions give the... This is a headhunter mission. Fuck me. I chose it mainly because it was on Pyro 4. We just needed money. We shouldn't be locked in though. We will definitely need to do more CFP. Headhunters are really bad pirates. Listen. Let's not talk about really bad or evil or anything. You know, we've all worked for some people who we do or don't like very much. Oh, it took away all the grime on my armor. Aw, dying took away. It gave me clean armor. This armor was way cooler when it was all dustier and beat up. This is sketchy. The angle. I remember when the Gallant was a full auto. Same with the Lumen. Man, my armor being all clean is a lot less of the vibe. Because all that funk and dirt and scratches all over it made it really look lived in. And, oh, god damn it, why did it bounce up? This game and those ships, man. Okay, when I get out of the seat, it bounces up. I'm glad I'm noticing this before I'm going too far, but it's so annoying. All right, fine. It's doing it again. Fine, I'll get my tractor rifle. That should still work. But yeah, the thing is we're hovering. Are you serious? I give up. I give up. I give up. The ammo is not worth this. I give the fuck up. Lesson learned. Store your spare rounds in the fucking this ship. I'm done. Exactly. Why don't I have a marker anymore? Thank you, Spiegel. I admit I'm like I knew it was coming, but man, dude, the algorithm hit I took by not uploading for a month is a little bit crazy. That was my second worst performing video of all time. The only one I had that performed the worst was my very first video on the channel. So I'm hoping it kicks off, or when I upload my next one, maybe on Wednesday, it will start to recover. Why do my controls are doing this patch? I like need to restart my ship every time. I mean, I've never reviewed the new ship. And as you can see, I make literal use of clickbait as well, but I had built up a really strong algorithm, I think. I don't know if it has another stage. It just says kill the guy. I figured I would get a marker for it. I'm not seeing anyone down there though. Your ghost town. This is a pyro quest bug? That's a shame. You put a lot of effort into this fucking bug quest. This game, man. This fucking game. Understood. Probably should have turned it all off. Oh well. Oh, always, dude. I wanted to stay on Pyro 4 so we could fly around and look for the ore we need anyways, but there's not many missions on here. That was the main reason we took this mission. mean, there's hundreds of videos on the what's there. The ones that are interested in the ones that show what I'm interested in, what I'm interested in works and how. Yeah, I get you. I get you, man. I know my content isn't for everyone. But like, I don't know, my next video probably also won't do very good. Because my best videos are always my ship reviews. My worst ones are always my meta discussions. My educational stuff had one really big flop and then one really big success. So I don't know what to think about that. But the next video I want to do was a re-review roundup where I just go over all the ships I've already reviewed on the channel. I'm like, hey, here's where they are in the current patch. And I was planning on doing that for like every patch, because especially as the meta's changing this rapidly. Like I just recommended, you know, the Hornet, I recommended the Shiv, I've recommended the Hurricane. So I kind of want to just refresh the positions for people. And that's not really new content. That's like content for the existing group. And that's why I don't think it will do very well, right? So I'm wondering if there's a better way for me to phrase or position that video that would be more interesting to somebody who hasn't watched my previous videos, but I don't know. Whoa, what was that? Please. All right. 2 ships. Hawk. Cutlass. If I can get my PDCs to fire, that'd be great. They're firing. That's good. And this is gonna be a little interesting. The Hawk is dangerous, but we outspeed it. Coupled on. All right, guys, this is a huge fight. We have PDCs active, which I do want. The thing is I'm probably not going to be able to slip out, and I really hope we don't get that control bug where I need to full power cycle the ship. We're risking 900 rarity Dolamine. We're risking all of our money. We should just fly away, right? I'm a stupid dumbass. We need to watch and make sure they don't land in our hangar, and then go for like a self-destruct or something. Hawks are first primary target. We need to... That was a stupid blackout. We had no warning there. What's this third ship?
Shield
Need to stay away now. They've got interdiction on field, so we couldn't have ran if we wanted to. Let's fly back to our Polaris. That was what I was worried about right there. They're already on board. What we have to hope is that they actually are trying to pirate me and not just grief me. They blow up the ship. They blow up the ship, right? At this point, we have to finish the space fight now. They may have already jumped out with my ship, though, if they can get through my doors. Another downside: the super long TTKs. Because I can't kill this guy quick enough to get back to my ship, right? Okay, he's dead. Why the random blackout? Holy fuck, it's so stupid. Okay, he's dead. We've killed him. Okay, back to where's my ship? Where's my ship? Where's my ship? They already stole it, I think. No, interdiction is not dropped. It's over that way. Dude, this blackout bug is so annoying. No, they did jump out. Okay, so either way, we have to fight this guy. Then we'll chase. You have a marker to our ship, we'll get it back. So they don't store it with all my shit in it. And now they're winning. They dropped interdiction because they're winning. Backspace on the ship? Yes. That's the call. Thank you. That's absolutely the call. Although we just lost the marker for it. That's the answer. That's the answer. That's the answer. Backspacing on the ship is absolutely the answer. No! Preferred ICU out of range. No, they didn't pop it. I guess you can't respawn there if you're. Well, I guess they could have popped it actually. Yeah, they could have ripped everything off and popped it. It did look like it went away. I mean, we killed their fighter. That's the and that's the downside of soloing a cap ship and going out to fight, right? And that's because we have to open the ship up. So it's kind of stupid that you can't like the only way for me to legitimately run that ship is with an ult, right? If I wanted to do it, so that way I could have somebody to close up after me, right? We knew that was a risk. We knew that was a risk. I'm not upset. I mean, we won the fight. We killed one of the fighters, the main fighter. We made the other guy run and turn off his interdiction. So, but that's okay, you know. I really hope they actually got my loot and they didn't just delete it, because there was 900 quality Dolomine on that ship. But that is the end of our story. That is the end of our pyro adventures for now. And I also was going into that fight with a weird bug where I would insta black out without any warning, which is not how that normally works. And no warm up. It's frustrating, but we haven't crafted anything yet. We did lose a lot of money, but that's the risk we were always taking, right? And honestly, that's the experience I kind of want in Pyro. Just, it's a little stupid that there are still some mechanical things, like why can't I close my ship after I leave it, right? Like, why can't I literally call my ship with the comm system to operate the... I'm pretty sure it's a game bug. When I was PvPing the wolf earlier, I never had that issue. We had a lot of ore on that ship. Yeah, the reason I didn't do that is because landing on a moving ship is incredibly fucking hard. And I guess I could have flown close enough and then suicided to get back onto it. But the idea was for me to keep my wolf. I misplayed it. They won. I really hope they actually got my loot instead of just blowing it up for the blowing it up. But now we are very broke boys. We had a lot of value on that ship that we just were, honestly, I could have stored it at the station or various other things, but that, you know, that was the fun of it, right? We were playing Space Tarkov and we lost. It happens. I'm a little salty with how it went, but it's okay. I mean, to be fair, that high quality Dolomine and Aphorite, while it was a good, you know, a good lucky find, I didn't like search for it, right? I was literally at work just flying around scanning things like, fuck it, I'll try out the geo mining, right? We lost a couple 100K in boxes and the fabricator and the ore that we had gotten from the other stream. But it's okay. Well, what do we want to do now? You saw me cruising around the Polaris? Yeah. We just lost. We just lost it. We were successfully pirated. I just really hope they actually got the loot, but you know what? That's up to them.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Exactly. If I had a crew, you're right. That's the downside of running these ships solo. You're totally right. But that's how it works.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
It is exactly how it works. How many are? Yeah.
Okay. It was great talking. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Yeah. No, I won the fight. I destroyed their hawk and I made their Cuddy Blue run, but they had already boarded my ship and flew away with it in the time. And then we attempted to backspace to respawn onto the ship, and it was out of range, so we assumed they blew it up. And I had a lot of ore on that ship. I had 900 quality Dolomine and Aphorite on that ship.
So I really hope they got that out. I'm not like emotionally attached to it though. We won the fight. The only reason we even died and weren't still on pyro is just because we tried that cheese to get back on the ship, right? So we were trying a cheese tactic. I can't be too sad that it didn't work.
Your belongings belong to you. Keep a careful watch on all personal items. My process.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Yeah, dog. The issue is that I typically don't enjoy winning mission content. I like the sandbox elements of the game. Kind of do my own thing, which is why I'm poor in the first place, right? Just because I just don't do missions. But we need to now.
Hi, and welcome to New Baggage.
More so that you blacked out for the bug. The blackout was annoying, but it didn't cost us the fight.
For the latest updates on ship availability and gate time,
Like we stunted on that hawk, and I had no warm up. I didn't do my hour of PvP training.
Hey there.
be sure to explore all New Baggage has.
Welcome.
It did prolong the fight, yeah.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Old TTK, I know, dude. These long TTKs are so freaking annoying, man.
City of Tomorrow has a lot going on today.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Empire leader technology. Sensitive information.
Yeah, potentially. I think though, once we saw the marker disappear, we should have realized they had blown up the ship. I thought I had passed it.
Hi, and welcome to New Baggage.
In that exact fight, yes, Ballistic Wolf would have been better because it would have not had to deal with shields. However, if they had actually, hold on, let's verify that. Let's verify that. Let's pull up the Cutlass Blue. Okay, we would have been fine against the Cutlass Blue. 50 physical damage negation, we would have been able to hurt it. Maybe it depends on how much through shields that gets applied. Because if the shields were enough to where we couldn't hit that threshold, because by default you have these which have 63, so I mean 13 damage probably would make it through shields and hurt it. But why I just can't get behind. So we have to win 63 alpha on the ballistic. If we go to the Guardian, that's why I can't get behind it. I can't get behind a fighter weapon system that cannot engage heavy fighters. That's why, like, I say the Ballistic Wolf is basically a non-starter. With the Laser Wolf, you can damage all ships up to a C2. Now, will it take forever? Yeah, it will take forever. That's just the TDK of the new system. Was the third ship an Aurora Mark 1? No, it was two Cutlasses, two Cutty Blues, and a Hawk. It was a good pirate setup.
Where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
No, they won fair and square. I just hope they actually got the loot, because there was genuinely good loot on that ship. There was 900 quality ore on that ship.
Remember, your belongings belong to you. Keep a careful watch on all personal items. From the best shopping
I didn't.
and business.
I mean, we can go back in the VOD, but I don't think I pinged to grab their names. Like, we were focused on the fight.
it's my fault because like you know, in a fight you do drag and you move, right? And they pulled me away from the ship, and even if I couldn't really cover the hangar bay and fight in an orbit duel. I think I would have lost that to their firepower if I was trying specifically to watch that and not move out of that zone. Guys, it's okay. Cheers for fun saying this, probably. Look, genuinely at this point, I'm actually not mad. Like I just genuinely hope that they got some of that loot in there, because that was actually a well done op done by them. I was punished for running my Polaris solo, as honestly you kind of should be. We won the space fight, but we lost the entire engagement.
Welcome to the ASOS.
Yeah, like here's the thing, guys. I want to clarify this. I got out in the fighter before I knew they had Cutlass Blues. I got out fully like, all right, let's fucking dance. And to be fair, I thought there was 2 of them, not 3 of them. But who cares? We won. We lost and we won. Them as pilots was not equal to me as a pilot, but they got what they wanted and I did not get what I wanted. So there we go. Better or worse?
Okay, it is great. I
And +1, you're fucking right. Listen, guys, we were just trying to explore that crafting loop. It was really fun to go out there and make a name for ourselves with no money, just to scavenge for everything. I was enjoying it. I'm not unhappy with how it ended. We exited that hangar fully knowing we were leaving it open. The only way for me to counter that is to either force a friend to play on a Polaris with me, or to win an alt, right? I have enough gaming computers that I could win an alt. I have not yet. I won the battle. I lost the war. And then we tried a gambit. We tried a gambit, and we lost. Non-consensual Polaris crew. Are we advocating for slave labor right now? Yeah, it's stupid. I see why they do it, but dude, okay, if you're gonna win an alt in a Hurricane, win an F7. M or A, just do that instead, or Shiv. If you're going to, like, yes, the Hurricane flies better. But dude, the Hurricane's massive power comes from the actual second gun, you know, the actual gunner being a full gunner with full capabilities. I don't know, if you get good at it and you can actually leverage it, fine, I guess. More power to you. The Antares, they do it because the Antares doesn't need a second seat. Like, that was the stupidest, most arbitrary decision ever to make it have a second seat, because all that second pilot does is press one button. Like, okay, my father, when he was alive, he had Parkinson's and he was degrading and stuff, so we would always play games together. We would actually play a lot of games called DayZ, right? And like, the Antares was a ship. I'm like, well, I could take Dad out in that because he can't mess it up. And so we were able to get him in the combat and have him one in there. But like, that was like the only time it was ever like an actual thing. And don't get me wrong, guys, I love my dad, miss him dearly, but yeah, like,
the only use I could find for that ship was for a literal, like, yeah, somebody with genuine neurological issues. So like the Antares needs to be just given to the pilot, or they need to expand on the co-pilot gameplay, which would also be really cool. But we've been talking about, well, when co-pilots come in since like 2017. And for your friend who had a lobotomy, right? Like,
Can I be honest? Can I be real with you? I don't wanna leave.
Blaze on the Scorpius, look out.
If you're not with me.
Yeah. It's gonna be when you get turret blades on the Scorpius and on the Hurricane, it's gonna be a bad day. No, you're right, Silhouette. Is it weird to say that I'm very socially anxious about that as I'm streaming? I know you guys. I don't know. I've had such a bad experience in orgs or in public group ups. Slave labor stands for stream labor. I'm artistic. Yeah. I don't know, like, it's not you, it's me. It's like I said, I've had some very bad experiences in the orgs and stuff, and like I'm even thinking about making a Discord for the channel, but it wouldn't be an org. It would not be an org. And like, as cool as it would be to run the Polaris and stuff, right, with a group of people, the more people you add to something, kind of, especially in Star Citizen, I definitely do feel like it slows things down, right? Like, all right, go pick up this guy, go pick up that guy, go pick up that guy. All right, he needs to get his stuff. Okay, wait for that. He needs to go. All right, he's bringing this ship. Let's wait for that. I'm not saying there isn't a lot of hurry up and wait when you're playing it solo. There definitely is. I'm making excuses. You're totally right that I could absolutely ask any of you in the stream. A loose association of dudes that might do things with or without each other. Yeah. Like, once again, the org I was in was Texas Space Navy, and then I was in a splinter org after that one kind of imploded. And I feel like that's the story of people who are in orgs. Is like, cool, you were in one big one, and then people became people, and they broke up, and you joined another one, and then it wasn't what you wanted it to be or thought it was. I've tried playing with Four Signs, the org with the YouTube channel. Ah. How'd that go? The Space Mustang, it is. They should have ignored members until it was time for bodies to farm the content. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to regret saying this, and I'm sure everyone who runs that channel and who is part of that org are great people, and I'm sure they'd be great to be friends with and hang out with. But they reminded me, like I've seen their content. And them and me are just fundamentally different players. I can appreciate kind of the group that they appeal to, and the fact that it is a vast majority versus a PvP player like me. But like, I saw they're like, what's the best solo ship daily driver in Star Citizen? And it was Connie Taurus versus Corsair. And their tests were entirely arbitrary. Like, they had them run a racing course. They had them escape, like try to run away from a Idris laser. And like, look, it's cool. It's fun. It's entertaining. And if you like those ships, then more power to you. But I could just tell that like, we're just simply not the same people. We don't care about the same things in the game. Like, I would not consider either of those ships a solo daily driver. Even as I was just operating out of my solo Polaris, that was basically using it as a base. That wasn't ever the main part of the whole endeavor, right? That was so we could have a bunch of things together in one and try to optimize for a specific task. And it's just like, it's the same way where it's like people who recommend builds with deadbolts or with attritions, and it's just like we're seeking two different things out of the game, and I will not be able to separate my views of the game to accommodate yours, which is really shitty of me, and I'll own that. This was my biggest gripe with my org, is that I was very PvP focused. I was very meta focused. I was like, hey guys, if we're going to organize for our time and we're going to run this event, I want to win, right? I'm the type of person who wants to train and get better, and you know, the people who kind of engage with the game at that other level, I don't even want to say less, it's just different, the whole different mindset to it, right? Like, I just said this example several times on stream, so I'm repeating it, but it stuck with me and it really pissed me off. I was in TSN, we wanted to run Jumptown. Jumptown was a event that they would run every now and then, where you would go to Yella, or I think there's one other site as well. I think Walla, and there was drugs being pumped out of a location, and you could fill up a ship and take the drugs to sell them. It was open PvP, right? My org would literally say, all right guys, we're running Jumptown, bring a C2 and we're bringing a Hammerhead, everyone load up in the Hammerhead. And I'm like, guys, the Hammerhead has literally never been good. I'm going to fly a fighter, you should fly fighters too. If we swarm them and we stay close, we have a chance. And they go, no, fuck you, and since you're not being a team player, we're not paying you. I'm like, all right, fine, fuck it, I want to do Jumptown, I'll go with you. So I'd be in the one Gladius next to our frickin' Hammerhead as we would go in. And shocker, this time the Eclipse was insanely strong, and so they would get Eclipse torped immediately, go down, crash on the ground, bail out with a bunch of guys, and then whine and cry about me not covering them after they said they wouldn't pay me. And it's just like,
Listen, guys, if you engage with a game and you love a ship and it makes you happy, I'm never going to disparage that. I'm never going to. But how I'm going to approach content creation is never going to be from like the vision of what Star Citizen should be or could be. It's going to be what it is. And I'm not going to tell somebody that an Asgard is a good solo ship. Because from where I'm coming from, yes, it does a lot. But if in that same fight we were just in, right? We're in the Asgard. My same skills. We don't kill any of their ships. We still lose everything, right? The cold hard truth is right now in Star Citizen, smaller is better. And there's a slight gap right now with armor and with PDCs. And I know that my point of view, my perspective, people say, oh, you're chasing the meta or whatever. No, it's if I'm going to invest this much time into a Star Citizen session, I want to have a chance. I don't want to be fodder, right? I've worked on my skills. I've worked to develop my own flight skills. Now, granted, that same Asgard and Alkaline Hawk was flying it with his unique flight style, with his mouse and keyboard controls, him using the remote turret, maybe he would have won that fight. Yeah, the Shiv is still the best solo ship in the game, and I will stand by that. Like right now, the Shiv, you could put the crafting table, a couple two SCU boxes, in an Atlas Geo, and you could go out and you could craft in the Shiv, and have a Super Hornet to fight in. You could run illegal cargo and make millions if you have the upfront cost for it. It zoomed me in. Oh god. I don't even have the software running. Yeah, so I understand my point of view makes me very cynical about a lot of the ships in the game. And if you love a ship, that's not going to be fun to hear. And I pissed off a lot of people in my org saying, yo, dude, like, your ship ain't good. But I would only ever say it when I felt they were about to waste everyone's time, right? I wouldn't just clown on somebody and be like, you spent $200 on a ship this bad. It's like, no, listen, man, hey, we're going to Ghost Hollow. We're going to try and actually extract the money. Guys, please don't put 3 of our men in the Redeemer. Please just go get fighters. And then they would hate me. And yeah, it was a huge issue. I actually burned a friendship from a good time because this guy was really close to a lot of these people. It brought me into the org, and simply I was not a player for this org. Because I'm not going to, like, once again, if it's PvE, I don't care. If we're just screwing around, I don't care. But if we are going to do an org PvP fight, I feel frankly disrespected if people are going to blatantly run useless ships. Like, right? If it's the only ship you have and you're going to be late otherwise and delay everything, that's one thing, right? But it's like, yo guys, if we're actually trying to do something and we're not just farming content, oh, I get where you're coming from. The medbed is a genuinely useful thing, but also it is a crutch. Now, granted, it's a very useful crutch because of all the bugs. Like we use our medbed on that Polaris a lot, right? But the reason I was okay with the Polaris was because I had the wolf in the back. No one at Hathor. It's a shame. The sad truth is right now, and I'm just going to be 100% real with you, there is no ship with a medbed that you should solo into combat. And that includes ships that could carry one in the back. The closest you're going to get is the Shiv. Or, yeah, I mean, I would say, or if the Aurora Mark II had a bed, but the Aurora Mark II can't fight right now anyways. And the question is that actually a bad thing? You're in Pyro? Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Yeah, the Mark II is insanely disappointing. I'm hoping that they give it a racing module or like a combat module with another 4 guns or something. It's, yeah, dude, it's... Here's the thing, okay? The Aurora Mark II is a gray Shiv. I'm not even joking, it's a gray Shiv. That's how it flies. With only 4 size 2 guns and no cargo and less cargo. It's a little better if you don't have the cargo module. The combat, the defense module that gives you a bunch of missiles, not super useful in this patch because 1 missile suck, and it makes you fly slower and makes you into a gray Shiv again. It is a Super Hornet or it is a Shiv without the DPS. So just fly the Shiv. It's a shame. I wanted to like it. I love how it looks. I still own one. I haven't melted it yet. But it is unfortunately a dramatically worse dogfighter than even the Aurora LN was. The Aurora LN is actually a much more dangerous ship, and the SE, which has all the things, is way better. I wanted to love that ship. If it just fucking flew like a Gladius, because it's bigger and it has worse guns, it still would be balanced and it would be fun. Don't give it a QD module if you're not going to give it interceptor tuning, because it will just be chased down and murdered. God, I love this thing. The Wolf is a very, very enjoyable fighter. I've gone back and forth on its looks, but the cockpit itself, especially guys, if you can get a chance to get into a Wolf cockpit in VR, this is such a cool space in VR. I would play a lot more in VR if I wasn't always streaming and recording. I went back and forth on the looks because I kind of don't like the speedboat nose, right? But the rest of the ship I think is really cool looking. And I can get over the nose.
I also love that it's twin stick. Just like me. But yeah, medbed is genuinely nice in these styles of missions here. Because we got light armor, a sniper rifle, and a pistol, so this is definitely not the most optimal way to run this particular mission. Dude, I love these hitboxes, man. Quality hitboxes right here, chat. Quality hitboxes, chat. This is another reason why I don't like missions. They're always so decent, key laggy, disappointing. The AI seem to hit you instantaneously because they buffed their first shot because of all the previous issues. Is this ballistic or laser? I think this is laser, right? Yeah, we got pirated, and I gotta say it was legit piracy. It wasn't like, okay, it wasn't like a yar, hand over your goods, but we were carrying a lot of very high-end ore. Like, we had several pieces of 900 quality dolomite and aphrite when we were in our Polaris and living in Pyro. Got attacked by two Cutlass Blues and a Hawk. I got out knowing full well I'd have to leave my ship open. We killed the Hawk, forced the one Cutlass Blue to run, but in that time they managed to actually claim my Polaris with all my loot on it. They had a guy jump out, get into my open hangar, which we knew we were leaving it open, but we didn't really have a choice, right? And we believe they blew up the ship before I tried to backspace to get back onto it. I just hope that they actually got my ore. But now we're incredibly broke. We had already lost all of our money just trying to set up the Polaris with a crafting table and all of the required things. Antium core moss camo. Well, Antium we know is a bitch to craft. But we did get a blueprint. Sounds cool too.
will pretend I'm made of money. I'll be a sugar daddy. Let's make a fool of ourselves and crash your party. Act like we own the place.
Well, we tried to do it. There's kind of an unfortunate truth of crafting, though. I'm just gonna be 100% real with you, Uriah. And this is gonna piss people off, because I think this is an unpopular take. But obviously, I am not a generalist player. I am a PvPer, right? I live out of a fighter's cockpit. With the current implementation of the game, it is not a playstyle, a loop, for the general player who will be running missions, unlocking blueprints, and then decides he wants to craft a gun. Unless, okay, to be fair, I haven't tested dismantling stuff because we never really got the chance to. Yeah, with like a one-time site, this could be an interesting gun. But it is a mining gameplay loop. So this anti armor was the first thing we tried to craft, right? And we had a golem, we had an ox. It was not an ox, so we had a geo. We had expensive, hard to, well, not hard, I mean, we had dedicated mining equipment, right? But to craft that armor, we needed a rock that only had a 1% chance to spawn. That's not a, oh, go do it for an hour and get your stuff. That is a, you need to be mining constantly and build up a stash of it. So there's a few ways around it that, you know, if they implement player trading and you can just simply buy the ores at the qualities you want, right? But yeah, you need to already be basically passively mining to be able to just say, ooh, I got a cool blueprint, I want to go make it. Because if you get the blueprint first and say, oh, I want that, and you then decide to try and make it, you will be devoting a huge amount of your time to mining. That being said, when we had the Polaris all loaded up, we had everything, we were living off it. We lived off it for like 3 days. It was really fun. Because I'm broke. I have no money. Like, guys, like, we just completed our first mission of the day. We just got this money. We were at 200 before, right? So like all of my gear, everything I'm wearing right now, Uriah, was obtained out in Pyro. And now when I died, it cleaned it. But for a while, this gear was all dirty and grimy from the Pyro people. And it looked so cool. It looks less cool now that it's clean. You can't craft his way out of a wet paper bag and it always ends up in PvP. How dare you say something so scandalous and true? Like, we could barely afford to fuel our ship and keep it running, and so we had this like brown, like best in show Polaris skin that was just starting to get that patina on it. It was actually really fun. And like, I will say, one thing I will say about mining that surprised me is I didn't hate it as much as I thought I would. The mining as itself is simple, but like in the Golem, I mean, you know, that ship flies well enough that I was able to low fly it around planets and looking for ore, and it actually felt like I was actually out in the frontier and like exploring, which was not a sensation that you get when you run missions. Missions you don't ever explore, you just get marker, go to marker, profit, right? So I really, what appealed to me is the same thing that appeals to me about winning Hathor and stuff, is the sandbox, right? To be fair, it just took us way longer because I knew nothing about mining, and these guys in the chat had to handhold me through setting up my golem to be able to mine anything. Oh, we clipped our wing. It's okay. Because now we're back in New Babbage, which actually I kind of want to be in. PvP the ground. No, I could have made that, but then I overrolled and our wing clipped. I want to really quick, guys, top off my drink, so I will be super right back, okay? What do you mean by that, Spiegel? No, I'm joking. I know what you mean. Why is the camera over there? Weird. Oh my god, lag spikes. I'm just gonna, like, the Prowler is a great ship. The Prowler utility is. It's just not a ship that I could ever utilize to its potential. What the fuck was this? This is lag, dude. Holy crap. Yeah, the ship is loud this patch. Okay, let me clarify why I can't fly the ship, the Prowler, right? Oh my god, this fucking lag. Holy fuck. This is wild. Did they? The thing is that the Prowler is an objectively... The Prowler has capabilities that are only mimicked on a few other ships, and it comes into the remote turret. Have a good one, Silhouette. Thanks for hanging out, man. The Prowler is one of the few ships that, as a pilot, you can swap directly into the remote turret on. So the whole style of it is you are able to basically keep your ship with the mouse movement into a rolling, pitching upward motion as you go downwards, so you can keep a fighter above you, and you can toggle between using gimbals when it's in front of you and a turret when it's behind you. It is a flight style that was pioneered by Alkaline Hawk, and it is very, very, very effective. But it is also a flight style that almost entirely requires using a mouse. I have flown Hosam. I know what it's like. I know it's objectively better and more, you know, skilled. But all of my muscle memory is on Hosas. All of my 5 years in games on Hosas. Hosas is more fun to me personally, and you know, I like twin sticking it. Okay, so I am not going to be able to utilize certain advantages of these ships until there's a way I find a binding to maybe use my mini stick for gimbals or something. But even then, it's not going to be as accurate as a mouse. So that is the story behind the Prowler and me, and also to a lesser extent the Guardian MX and me. Now, let me also clarify something. And this is absolutely no shame on anyone who likes it. But Alkaline Hawk is a very unique pilot in this game. It is incredibly hard to do what he does, unless you get him to teach you, basically. And even then, you know, you're not going to be at his level. He is an ace, right? So like, would the average player be able to be as effective in it as he is? I don't know. I would bet no. Same deal as, you know, I'm flying with Avenger 1's keybinds, and he always used roll on twist, and everyone else was saying use roll on pedals, right? Well, I'm not Avenger 1. Right?
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
26 more minutes until we have a Polaris back.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the Polaris.
I love roll on twist. I have been considering doing roll on pedals though, because of my experiences with Journey John and his group. But I have for 5 years done roll on twist. I'm gonna wait until I get my Verpals and see if maybe the axes will be better. But I'm considering going to roll on pedals if I get toe brake pedals that will also let me still have forward and rear thrust on pedals as well. Because I do not want to have thrust on my left stick. That's just not something I desire. Now let's talk about the maniacs who do fucking yaw on twist. I know, dude. Every day I'm like, are they here yet? Are they here yet? Are they here yet? And they're not going to be here for another 2 months.
Then breathe it out. Let the air flow over me. Up high, can you tell me what you see? This life isn't more than just a dream. Look at me now, then look away. Can you tell me what to do? Your eyes, they no longer speak for you. Inside, tell me where you hide the truth. Inside, tell me where you hide the truth.
Yeah. All right. Are there any CFP missions in Stanton, or are they all in Pyro? We could do combat gauntlet number 6 here. Actually, that's be kind of a pain in this Gladius build. Let's try it though.
Nice to see you again, Brooks. Won't be able to call you that for much longer at the rate you're learning. For your next lesson, I've got some all-time cruise ships ready to take you home. Not only will you need to avoid time fire, these larger ships have faceted shields. That means fleet multiple travel initiated.
That is the question that I'm strongly considering right now, dude. Because I might buy those vertical pedals that have that. Right now, I basically just have the toe brake. I got the vertical, those are the VKBT rudders. But I really couldn't tell. Just thinking about it, it would be a mind fuck. But I already have a pretty complex flight setup, and practice will get everything, right? I think it depends on how accurate the axes are, just how well built it is, and how easily you can independently move the two axes.
Welcome, Brooks. We'll get started. Shoot. Looks like you got
I hate these shield systems, dude. Thank God we killed him. All right. It's a bit of a struggle bus now without ballistics working through shields. You can still do it, it's just a struggle bus. Because their shields just instantly come back otherwise. So you can't like just, you know, back off and let your shields regen and do stuff. Because they ruined shield regen. Here's the thing. To do the drug runners, you need to have the upfront cash, right? Which right now is not hard to get if you just ask for it, right? But eventually it will be. You kind of need like $1 million upfront to make money winning it, right? And it's a lot harder to make that in the golem than it is in the ship. The golem is, I think, its best role is actually as a Hathor looter, though. You full stealth it out and you fly down to those Hathor sites and you loot them. Same with any of the frickin' like data centers or things like that, or distribution centers. It comes down to, do you want to defend your cargo or do you want to not get attacked? And not get attacked does just generally be better. We'll give it that. But there will always be times where you can't avoid it, mainly when you're loading and unloading, right? Like I said, I can't really take advantage of a prowler. Hello, hull A in my hangar. It does, but you still have to leave the ship to go call up the cargo.
Does the ERTs even still drop containers? Oh, my only point is that it is an objectively good ship, but simply put, because of my own desire to play the game a certain way, it will never be as good for me as it can be in the hands of somebody who flies Hosam or mouse and keyboard pedals like Alkaline Hawk, right? And that's only because I just enjoy my twin sticks too much. I'm not going to go back, even if the mouse is a little bit more meta. You know, I'm not at the point where like me flying a mouse, me flying a stick. Right now, it'd be better to stick, but also I'm just not at the skill level where that percentage of improved accuracy would be worth the trade-off and fun to me. And so, because I am a stick user, I can't do certain things. Like I can't do gimbals very well, and I can't do the remote turret swapping, right? So it's objectively a good ship, a great ship, but to fly in the Alkaline Hawk method, I would not be able to replicate his inputs and his behavior, right? Also, frankly, what I said is most other players, either they are playing mouse and keyboard and pedals or Hosam or just simply mouse and keyboard, also can't do what he does because he's the ace, right? I'm using Avenger 1's control scheme. I don't fly like Avenger 1. I'm not that good because it's not just about the controls, it's not just about the hardware, it's about the person who's in the flight seat. Aren't you other good? Oh, I fell in the weird spot. But yeah, like I will never say, no, dude, the Prowlers are trash, even though I used to, because I was uneducated by Mr. Hawk. But I've learned a lot since I started YouTube, and I've learned a lot more about the game and the different flight styles and stuff. I have a very traditional flight school, which is the Jonathan Winters and Avenger 1 flight school style. Some people will be mad that I'm putting those together, but they really are similar. It's really just how you explain it and what pip you use as different. Oh. I do like this gun. This is a good gun. I like this gun a lot.
You're the light, you're the night, you're the color of my blood. You're the cure, you're the pain, you're the only thing I wanna touch. Never knew that it could mean so much, so much. You're the fear, I don't care, 'cause I've never been so high. Follow me through the dark, let me take you past the satellites. You can see the world you brought to life, to life. So love me like you do, love
What's the Jonathan Winters thing? Yeah, Jonathan Winters is another high-end PvP ace who made his mark teaching pilots. Yeah, right now he's made a lot of videos, but he's working on a literal competitive ranked system for scoring sources and pilots. So if you ever hear me say Ruby level pilot, that would be like global elite in Counter-Strike, or Valorant. Or is it Valorant? Radiant and Valorant. So, and once again, I am not that level. I am a mid pilot. But in PU, that's all you need. All right, how much money do we have now? 234? Gentlemen, do we rebuild our Polaris? Oh yeah, no, I've been going to as many as I can. I even flown with JJ once in PU, though it went horrifically bad because we ran into a huge org running Hathor. I mean, a huge org, it was just two of us. And we couldn't do anything. It was really poor showing on my part. I hear a lot of hype and commenters between some PvPers. Okay. Yeah. in any competitive scene, especially in one as in Star Citizen and stuff, there is, yeah, a level of friction between different orgs, especially as people say, you know, oh, we're the premier, or we're the best, or yada 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 yada, or when one org likes a system and one org doesn't, right? So for example, Avenger Squadron always hated master modes. Shadow Moses liked master modes, right? So there's going to be some fundamental disagreements there, right? Add in a bunch of people with personality types that like to win, and you know, your fair bit of griefers, like, you know, people who mine aren't typically going to be griefers, right? And not everyone who does PvP is going to be a griefer. But if you're going to grief, you're probably also going to want a PvP, right? Even if it's not like fair, honorable, honor dueling, you're going to want to grief a player, right? So, yeah, there's been toxicity. And some people, you know, I think in interacting with people online, right, you get to make a very one-dimensional judgment of somebody. And you know, someone says something you don't like, or something that flavors your opinion of them for the rest of the interaction. And this is kind of just common in our society today, where we just simply like to label somebody and keep them at that label in our heads, you know? Pedals died. In my opinion, you need to look at the whole of what somebody has done, that at least the whole that you can see, right? And decide what matters to you and what doesn't, right? So for example, a lot of people don't like Avenger 1 because he's complained a lot about master modes, because he's been arrogant, because he's ran from certain fights that he didn't feel like he needed to stay into, and because of his sort of behavior in like Star Wars Squadrons when he was a competitive player in that, right? And all those are valid reasons to dislike somebody, okay? What those aren't are valid reasons to hate on somebody else for liking him, because he's also done a lot of good, right? He was one of the first big creators to bring educational Star Citizen flight content. Before then, all of that info was kind of back to how it is now, where you really have to go into orgs, into discords and private chats and things to really get that info. And he was the first person, at least, to make it mainstream. I'm not saying he's the only guy who ever made videos, but he was the first successful one to really try and show how advanced flight was in Star Citizen. And he put a lot of effort into those early, you know, 3 series, or, you know, version 3 Star Citizen videos. Like, the production value that he put out was really good for that. And he had a lot of good messaging too, right? So, if you don't like Avenger 1, that's totally fine. It's 100% fine. You get to make that judgment. You get to have that choice. What you don't get to do is say you don't like people who do like him, right? Actually, you can say you don't like them. What I meant to say is you don't get to say someone else doesn't get to like them. Let me correct my statement. You can dislike people who like someone. You can't say they don't get to have their own opinion. That's what I'm trying to say. I said it incorrectly first. The first of his videos I saw was him saying he found Jesus and was leaving him out of the game. Yes, so yeah, that's his most recent video and his last video. He was the OG flight instructor. He was the OG, hey, here's how you can get better at Star Citizen PvP. Go to his old videos. Go to his pre-master modes videos. And like the amount of work he put into making these educational tutorials was insane. He would answer any question on stream. He would do his best to improve. He built an org that still offers training where you can go and sign up and get training from people who train with him, right? Like, he worked hard to improve the flight of people in the game. And he would advocate for not just the PvP community, but for the balance of the game as a whole. So I personally have a very strong respect for him. The thing maybe he regrets how he did, not what he taught. I don't think he regrets what he did. All right, so I watched him for quite a long time. Like I said, this is public knowledge. I was a fan of his. I watched somebody fall entirely out of love with the game and then keep playing it because he had built his entire like online reputation around it, who was trying to do things full time in a game he no longer enjoyed, while also dealing with personal issues and depression, PTSD from the war and things like that. So when the game left him behind, not just with master modes, but really it was engineering and the ballistic meta, where he's like, you know what, I don't enjoy this game anymore. Yeah. Could he be arrogant at times? Absolutely he could be. But like also said several times of being quite genuine as well. And like I said, like early on, his motto for the channel and for teaching people was, hey, just try to get 1% better every day. And that's a great message, not just for gaming, but for anything you're trying to do, right? That's still a motto that I try to take to all of my trading and everything. You know, it was him who first said you owe the game 1,000 deaths before you get your first kill, right? And you can either get those 1,000. You can either get those 1,000 deaths in PU when it matters, when the game launches, or in Arena Commander, or in PTU, or in the game now in the alpha. But you're gonna give it 1,000 deaths, right? Like if you're trying to fight, or if you're forced to fight, elevator PvP, right? So also, I'll stop sucking Avengers dick now. But he was a content creator that I deeply enjoyed and deeply respected. But to clarify, I never got involved in any of his beefs, right? I never had beef with Virgil or with Jonathan Winters or with any of the other people who would come up in there. That's not really how I operate, right? Everyone is more than you see online. I'm more than you see. You guys are way more than I see, right? Like, you at least get my face, you get my voice, you get my inflection. I only get your username, a picture maybe, and text, right? So I don't have time for online drama and bullshit. It's another reason why I don't like orgs. Just so much useless bullshit. And I'm willing to pursue what I find fun and satisfying. But also, like, my flaw, like I said, is that, like, I have a hard time, especially, like, if we're doing stuff together, putting my opinions about the game, and especially the game's balance and meta, on hold. Like I said, I lost the friendship over it. A friendship that I valued quite a lot, actually. I'm actually still upset about it, but it was his choice to make. You know, you can't make someone stay friends with you. And he chose the people in that org who I was annoying, and I regret it. all I can try to be is when I do YouTube, especially when I'm making videos, right? Because I try to make videos that are informative. And I am very flawed. I'm very human. I'm pretty stupid too. I make a lot of mistakes. All I can try to do is be genuine in how I create those and always be trying my best, right? But sometimes I'll get things wrong, like when I did the Guardian video. I approached the Guardian from this Avenger 1 flight school, right? And I still believe a lot of the things I said in that video. Like, I still think it's too big. I still want more fighters to be smaller. Like, I think the Guardian and the Vanguard should be a bit bigger because they're not really carrier-based fighter ships, but there's also a lot of heavy fighters that are simply too big. And, like, does everything need interiors and yada 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 yada, right? But me saying those ships didn't have value and were broken design was outright wrong. And so I corrected it. And I did the video. I did 2 videos correcting it. But also, a flaw of mine is I left the original video up because it was getting a lot of views. And I'm a new YouTuber. And I'm like, do I actually take down the video, or do I just put out another one to capitalize on it? And so that's something I've struggled with. When I did it's literally 3 stories tall. Like unironically, like, that's not an exaggeration. It is 3 stories tall. Here, we're gonna pull up SP Viewer here. We're gonna go to compare. We're gonna pull out Mirai Guardian MX. We're gonna go to metrics here, okay? Height 11 meters. Okay, so this thing is 11 meters tall. So right from here to here is 11 meters. How tall is a 3-story building in meters? Come on. Google AI is like dead, I guess. There we go. 9 to 12 meters. It's 11 meters tall. I'm not, like, that wasn't an exaggeration in the video. Oh, I swear, Star System crashed. There we go. And like, that's my complaint, is like, why is this fighter ship so big? Because part of the issue with light fighter meta is a geometric issue. And it's one that Avenger 1 explained very well. So like, once again, I don't want to say stop sucking his cock, but like, this is one of the beliefs that I did get from him, and I think he was right on, is that ships, if they cannot create enough deflection to where they can move their entire distance and dodge fire, then they need to be balanced fundamentally differently to other ships, right? So heavy fighters that are too big and can't dodge fire need to have fundamental balance differences. But everything flies like a Gladius in master modes. And in the old flight model, you could get to speeds where you could genuinely jink fire in a Vanguard. We didn't have the Guardian at this time. We may have had it for like a little bit. I don't fully remember if I'm totally right.
Good purchase.
Yeah. Like, the old flight model, you could get the speeds where you could create meaningful deflection in heavy fighters, and you could have a genuine argument that in 317 we were in a heavy fighter meta. That was a genuine belief you could have that people wouldn't laugh in your face about. Yeah, the F8 was insanely good,
It was actually overshadowed by the F7C that also just come out. But that's because the F7C was bugged for the last bit of the old flight model. But like, I could excuse the size of the Vanguard, which probably the Vanguard is bigger than a jumbo jet, by the way, guys. Oh right, it's not here. It's not here. We need to get surges though, right? As well. But like I could forgive the Vanguard size because what it was a long range non-carrier based sort of like go out and scout type fighter, right? I still would like to see it reworked and made a bit smaller because it still isn't very well proportioned, but we're not going to see it.
You keeping busy?
After all this time, I'm actually surprised at how much I don't miss having a place to call home. I would have thought I'd miss it.
No surge here. Sad.
Well, that's life
I
for you.
really don't.
You're looking good. Been up to much?
Bishop. Everyone thinks he's so great, but you ask me, I think Costigan and his cronies are just trying to distract us from the real issues.
Price of doing business, I guess.
How's life been treating you?
Vanguard was generally good when it came out. It was.
Heading out somewhere new for a fresh start.
I had a Vanguard beat me and I was in an Arrow. In the little flight model. I'll that I was a way worse pilot too. Yeah, they are. There's a couple reasons for it. One is yes, they want the game to be approachable for people who aren't flight enthusiasts, which I think is a bit of a mistake. But I also see that the game has grown, and if I get to tell people that them wanting NPCs in a game is outdated because the game has grown, then I get to have that thought in my face that the game is no longer going to be DCS, right? But Master Modes itself is very, very unintuitive. And I don't think they need to have an easy flight model. They need to have an intuitive one. They need to have one where it's kind of clear how things work and somebody can pick it up and learn the basics easily. But then if you give them a mountain to climb to reach the top, that can, for a lot of people, maybe not everyone, a lot of people, be really engaging. That's what I'm getting even right now, even still Master Modes. We used to have a lot higher. You know, we basically put compression on the skill ranges, right? We've raised the skill floor and we've compressed the skill ceiling, but there's still a lot of play in the middle. There's still a lot of stuff you can do, and that's why I'm still enjoying the game. But like speed walls are entirely unintuitive. They don't make sense in space, they don't make sense in physics. Unless you tell somebody how speed walls behave, they're never going to figure it out unless they really pay attention to what their ship is doing with a very analytical mind. But the other issue with speeds, and this one is the probably more damning one, is I believe they were running into like the desync they were running into that we're seeing in FPS content and various other things was simply becoming unmanageable with the server tech that they have. And now we have things like server meshing. Maybe we could have those speeds again, but it seemed like that was a strong motivator because that desync would create things called shield holes. It wasn't just going around, it was there were parts in the ship that would desync from the shield bubble and you would be able to shoot directly into the hull without getting the shields down. This was larger and more of an issue the larger the ship is. However, I don't think anybody, well, okay,
I don't think anybody reasonable is wanting them to go back to either completely uncapped speeds, pure Newtonian flight, or even the max speeds that we see in the last flight model. Remember, guys, I believe, like, wasn't the freaking MSR able to go like 1800 meters per second? Like, literally could outrun CFs at one point when it first dropped. That's too fast. What would dramatically help the game is a reasonable speed increase. What is a reasonable speed increase? Honestly,
To the ASOS retrieval system.
550, 600.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the
What we already have as Afterburner.
Welcome to the ASOS
If we could get to those speeds in SCM, that would dramatically make the game feel better.
Microtech, the Empire's leader in cutting-edge technology, where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
Your please visit us again.
Looking for a good
Oh,
time?
I went to the wrong place. Fuck me. I haven't bought the fabricator yet.
Hello, and welcome to New Babbage, capital city of Microtech, where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
Yeah, they still like Hoto, yeah. Mission does have a ways to go. The sad truth, though, is I'm really not looking forward to. I'm really not looking forward to the new flight model. I mean, let's just take a look at how armor was introduced. Let's take a look at how mass was introduced, how engineering was introduced, how anything was introduced. It's always underbaked. It's never given enough time. And everything I've seen on the new flight model is just it makes me sad. There is some hope there because of a potential removal of the speed wall tether, but I don't want to spread misinformation. I also don't want to pour water on anybody's enjoyment of the game, or say encourage them to like not practice PvP or stuff. Right? Flight fundamentals will still be good. Getting your flight skill up will still be good. Let's see. We'll have to explain it. It's not control surfaces. It's not control surfaces. It's the underlying model. Uriah? I don't believe they really truly listen to the masked voices of the community. When they do tests with people internally on their own, or if it's about bug fixing, sure, they'll listen to that. But I think for game design and direction, they are not listening to anyone. I'm going to be 100% real with you, and I have reasons for thinking that is not me being salty. I can go into why I believe that. But really quick here. I went to the wrong place. This is the Commons. This isn't the Aspire Grand. Huffing Mag Opium. Aspire Grand over here.
Capsule now approaching station.
Okay, so all right. So here we're gonna have 3 gladiuses. So these little triangles, these are gonna be your gladius, okay? So what we had, the yellow will be the flight model. What we had in the old flight model was a square, okay? Now that's a rectangle, but imagine, use the power of imagination that this is an actual square. All right. So you really it was a cube, but we're on 2-dimensional here, right? Also, this is yellow for no reason. Ignore that. Okay. This is why tricording could work, is because you could thrust in this direction, and then if you applied a side strafe as well, and then a down strafe or an up strafe, you could add together all those vectors to get a new line that points you into the corner, and that corner reaches farther than those 2 lines, right? So that's how tricording worked. That's why that was a core feature of the old flight model, right? Was that you could reach the corners of the flight model by adding vectors of your input, okay? Also, this was set to like 1600 meters per second, okay? All Afterburner did was give you more G's. It didn't raise your bubble, okay? What we have now in master modes is we have a 2 flight model system. We have SCM, which is a circle, which is set at roughly 225 meters per second. And then we have another one, which is an oval, which I don't know if I'm going to be able to make easily here. Yeah, I will be able to, but I need to do it right. Okay. Okay. That's Afterburner mode. And these are not to scale to each other, okay? So this is about 550, okay? That's Afterburner, okay? So with Afterburner, you get a little bit more speed backwards, some more to the sides, but a lot more forward, okay? What we are getting, also this is why the trichord behavior no longer works, is because if you go forward and you go to the side, you're getting the same line, the same distance to there because it's a circle, right? You're not getting any speed boost. Okay, so that's why tricording died. What we're getting in the new flight model is this. I'm not joking. It's maybe a little bit exaggerated, but that's what we're getting in the new flight model. And we're probably going to get an Afterburner mode to it as well. That will look like that. Okay. So you can already kind of see how they're basically taking the concept of Afterburner and the non-matching strafes and applying it to the base flight of the game, okay? So in master modes, in Afterburner mode, you're always best to just go straight forward because you get the most out of it. And here, like once again, we'll do red here, okay? You get the most out of it going straight because you're going to hit that 550. If you go to the edge, this is actually now shorter. This is a shorter line, right? So actually it's more like that, right? So hold on. Like this. This line is longer than this line, so you're going faster forward, right? You get that same behavior now in the new flight model, where you go fastest forward and you very quickly hit the speed walls. If you go to the side, you get just dramatically less, okay? So I think I tried to do these to scale to each other a bit. We're still going to have 225 meters a second as our SCM speed. We're actually losing. Nah, so that doesn't matter in this.
right? So this is still 225 in the front, but now we have 50 in the back, and we have 75 in the sides as our speed walls. So we don't have that perfect circle flying in every direction. So we're going to see dramatically less orbit fighting, dramatically less strafing. We're basically going to be almost getting interceptor behavior on these ships, on all ships now, but without interceptor speeds. So this is why I am very worried for the new flight model. Once again, if this red line is your speed, right? So this goes to 225. This is going to be like 100 here. So this is going to make ships that maneuver better or intercept better. So everyone jousts unless they know the merge. I don't know if you can hold a merge in this flight model. It is going to be everyone jousts, or everyone, runs the Hornet or something, and they use gimbal mode, or I don't know. Because you're no longer going to be able to perform strafing maneuvers. You're no longer going to be able to attack the wing, because you'll be moving so slow to the sides that they'll be able to just yaw onto you, right? You won't be able to carry any speed in a lateral direction. Now, there is some hope in that if maybe the afterburner actually is a bit wider. So let's go. This will be hard to do in paint. My paint skills are very lacking, but if we get more something like this in afterburner, okay. And then I'm going to, I'll leave that there as a reference. Actually, I'll put this as like this weird off green to try and differentiate there. There would still be some hope for us to be able to use afterburner to go and attack the wing and do strafing attacks and things and carry speed at a lateral direction until you're out of afterburner, right? Now, the only hope I saw is that there's no longer going to be a tether or any loss in speed if you are at speed wall or above it. You just simply can't keep producing thrust in that same direction, right? So you might boost, go up, hit this 550 number or whatever number it is going to be slower, turn, and then you'll carry at that speed, and it won't drag you back down to your side strafe angle. But if you try to do more strafe to that side, it won't do anything. So as you fly and do other maneuvers, you will passively bring yourself back down under that number. That could be interesting and could make sort of sweeping sort of S turns the method. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, if this is actually what we get, I want to clarify that this is all that I've learned from talking to people who have played the playtests and from leaks. We're basically getting a worse 4 Degrees of Freedom game. We're kind of losing 6th off. Technically, the ships are still 6th off. You'll be able to land and go back and do all that other stuff. But in terms of advanced flight, it's going to be rough. No, that was just the reason they gave. Jousting was never an issue of the old flight model. It was an issue of skill and people learning how to use the tools in the game. Jousting still exists in mass modes a ton. It's going to exist in every flight model because people who don't know energy management won't manage their energy. Shocker. It was desync and it was other issues. But anyways. Once again, guys, I want to make this very, 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 very clear. I want to make this incredibly clear. I have gotten this information secondhand or from leaks. The game could still be fun. There's nothing wrong with a game like Star Wars Squadrons, right? It could, and if you look at all of their promotional material on the game, it has things like, traditional World War II in space,
you know, BCM, you know, basic combat maneuvering, right? If it becomes more like a plain game in space, that will be a loss. That will absolutely be a loss. Doesn't mean that it won't be skilled or won't be fun. It will just be dramatically different to what we've gotten and what we've asked for.
Smart buy.
Yeah.
Threat came to headquarters a little while ago. They're saying it's probably nothing. Be on the lookout just in case.
Yeah, the only other one I can think of that would be Elite Dangerous, but that game has a very different setup to it than Star Citizen.
Careful, doors are now closing.
Anyways, once again, it could still be interesting and it could still be cool if you just need to use your main thruster power to create the strafe, and then you can still do back strafe, you can still do side strafe, but you needed to first use, you know, turn your ship and use your thruster to create that, and then you can exist above that speed wall as you fight until you then boost in a different direction. That could be engaging, that could be really fun. But I really I wish CIG would do a roundtable. I really wish they would. Maybe they are in behind closed doors, but I would like to see it, where they would take a lot of the big names in the PvP space and they would sit them down and say, hey, is this a good idea? I know we are a tiny community of an already niche game. But Master Modes itself was already a huge blow, but at least we could find it was still sixed off. We could still do a lot of things. The issue that they are trying to fix now is the downstrafe abuse and the backstrafe abuse. That's what they're trying to fix with this flight model, which is why they're going to the egg shape. Here's the thing, an egg shape in and of itself wouldn't even be bad. What's bad is the numbers here, right? What's bad is that this has, you know, 220 here, 225, and then frickin' 75, and then frickin' 50. That's what's bad, right? If we instead had something that was like this. No, hey, be green. Damn it. Okay, it's fine. Okay. If we had something that was like this, where we had instead, and the scale is going to be totally fucked, guys. Okay, so don't worry about scale. We have 550 going forward. We have 350 going in the rear, and we have like 400 and like 25. I can't write. 425 to the sides. That would be an egg-shaped flight model where you could still catch a backstrafer always. You would always have the speed advantage on a backstrafer or a downstrafer, okay? And give you enough room to play around in a sixed off space. Right? This would be what I would propose. And I would also say, hey, no afterburner. Afterburner mode is stupid. I'm just gonna say it. Having an arbitrary resource that you need to charge up to get your full performance of your ship is stupid. What it should be is something you toggle on that unlocks the last 20% of power, sort of like on a plane, and it burns a fuck ton of fuel. Right? Afterburner mode should burn a fuck ton of fuel, and hydrogen fuel should be your limiting resource. This is how you make an egg flight model good. This could actually be very fun. This would be more fun than master modes. So, and you know what? I didn't come up with it. That's not my idea. That idea came from Avenger 1. So once again, a lot of my views do come from him because I watched him for years, right? But I think he was right on that. It's the same way I think he's right about the geometric flight issues, and that's why those cause light fighter meta.
All right. It was nice chatting with you. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your visit. Hi. And welcome to New Babbage.
All right, guys, here's what we're going to do now. We are going to set up the Polaris again. And then we are going to fly to Pyro. Fly to Pyro 4 and call it again. We're going to start over. We're going to do it all over again here. Because I was actually having a lot of fun with doing that. And then what we'll do probably is in future streams, we will do about an hour of PvP in AC to satisfy PvP, and then we'll come and go into PU, right? Because one, that will also mean I'll be a lot warmer if we get attacked by pirates again. I know we're running the same issue if we go into that same gang again. I don't have an answer for it unless I run with somebody else, but I was really enjoying living out the Polaris and kind of gathering stuff on there. That was actually quite fun. That was a really fun challenge, and I kind of want to do it again. But Uriah, once again, don't let this like kill all your hopium. Don't let this kill your desire to learn how to play the game currently. The fundamentals you build right now, the aim, the ship control, will all still be there in whatever flight model we get. The Golem is dude, I was low flying in the Golem, and it was so fucking fun. I don't think we need extra meta gel yet. We get a total of 16 respawns on the Polaris. To fully man Polaris take those pilots? Yeah, they can take those pilots.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle.
Let me be 100% real with you guys. 2 people could take those pilots. Me and one guy who presses one button and closes the door. Right? They weren't gonna break the shields. They weren't going to destroy the Polaris to get into it. The only reason they could get into it was because I let them get into it, because I opened it to go, and I was winning those dogfights dramatically. So yes, a fully crewed Polaris with a fighter pilot would slaughter them. Even more if we would run it the way I used to run the ship. Where the fuck is it? Yeah, there it is.
Your vehicle has
Have a good one, Don. Thanks for hanging out.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Yeah. Once again, all of my info on new flight model I've gotten secondhand or from leaks. I just really hope that they take the time to really think about what they want for the game. But what we have to understand is, and this hurts for me too, right? With the community not accepting master modes and pushing back and saying it sucks, they didn't listen to us for why it sucks. They're like, all right, we'll need something different. Oh, it's backstrafe or whatever, yada 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 yada. All right, let's do this. CIG doesn't listen to us. They listen to their internal testing. Nobody is represented. All right. And you know, I say this because there was a YouTuber who put out a video a little while before Avenger 1 quit because the game was no longer following his direction. Who basically said that the hardcore players are ruining the game for everyone else because the devs are listening to people who spend thousands of hours on the game and balancing the game towards that instead of towards the every player who will be what they actually want and they need to support the game. This was somebody's genuine opinion. This was not a dumb person. This was somebody who was also in the PvP community, right? And then a month later, Avenger 1 quits because they're not listening to him. And Avenger 1 was named by this guy, right? So nobody feels like they are being listened to. Nobody is getting special treatment. Nobody's getting what they want, okay? What's happening is that CIG is creating a game that they want based on their internal testings, whether that is what Chris Roberts wants, whether or not is what Benoit wants, I couldn't tell you, but they aren't listening to us. There's no one community who has CIG's ear in that they're making the game for, okay? That's not happening. They are making the game themselves. The only feedback they really take into account is when they do polls on Spectrum or other things. Like me making a video on how to fix Light Fighter Beta will not change anything. Not just because I'm small, because we had the biggest creators in the PvP space make these same videos that weren't listened to, right? So CIG has their vision, they have their directive, and they are pursuing that. Now, whether they're correct in what they're doing is a whole different story.
Welcome.
But that is what's happening.
Vehicle retrieval system.
And like, especially for me, like I was really cynical about CIG for a while. Like I really believed that they had employee churned out all of the original people in the game that like were like the big flight nerds. And I had to check my assumptions when, one second. Dry throat. I had to check my assumptions when Benoit came on the Star Citizen Live a few months ago, and he was saying about how he would set up all the flight rigs in the CIG offices. He would get his binds just perfect, and he would play on them. He would play on them for a few hours, really enjoy it, and then when he would leave and someone else would mess with the binds, he would get really pissed off. And like, to me, that doesn't sound like somebody who doesn't care about flight. That doesn't sound like somebody who doesn't care about, you know, advanced flight with a flight setup and stuff, right? That's not like a casual on a controller. Now, whether or not he's any good is a different story, but you know. So like, there are still people that care. It's just it's become very hard for me to really understand what CIG is thinking, and that's why I asked. I want them to revamp their explanation on what fighter roles are, what roles ships do in a fleet combat. Like I want them to restate all this stuff with armor in mind now,
because it's hard to say if armor is a success or a failure because we don't know what they wanted to do, right? If they wanted armor to fix life fighter meta, it is a horrific failure. Horrific failure. If they wanted armor to make it harder for fighter craft, I won't say light fighters, but for fighter craft to attack capital ships, it's a horrific failure. If they just wanted this system and they wanted to give the role of anti-PDC ship to the heavy fighters and the medium fighters, so you take them instead of just light fighters, oh, well, that's interesting. But is that what the industrial player wants? No, the industrial player in their colony or in their raft or something doesn't want to be able to be killed by a light fighter or by a medium fighter or by a fighter, because they've been prey for the past 10 years that you can play this game. They've been absolute prey to fighter craft, and they don't want anything to do with them anymore. They want a completely separate game, basically. Whether it's going to be literally private servers or a PvP toggle, or if it's just, hey, fighters can't damage anything but fighters. That's what they want, right?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been fixed.
No, you're not being confrontational at all. I hope I'm not coming off as defensive. I buy ammo for this gun. Is it in my backpack? Yeah, there it is. Oh, absolutely. Hey Uriah, thanks for dropping by again, dude. I want to reiterate, dude. You always have awesome comments on YouTube and stuff, and I really appreciate you coming by and all the help you've given me and everything. So good to see you around, dude. Absolutely happy to play with you again. I'm just still going to try and engage with the crafting gameplay loop a little bit here. But in my future streams, we're going to always start off with about an hour of PvP first, just to keep me sharp. But yeah. Now, the difference between like sort of me and Avenger 1, even though I share a lot of his beliefs, is Avenger 1 fell out of love with the core game. And I haven't yet. It might happen. I'd be really sad if it happens. I mean, I put so much money into this game, right? Like, I still believe in the dream of this game. It's just, they have made so many strange choices around a lot of things, and I really hope they give us the opportunity to make our voices heard, and at the very least confirm that they've heard them. I really hope that before they just drop the new fight model, that they give us a chance to playtest it and give us a genuine place to receive feedback. The unfortunate side of it is we may simply be too small of a voice. I don't think the average Joe who plays master modes right now in couple mode will even notice the changes. I really don't. Couple mode deadens flight so much. Where's my Atlas Geo? Eve is just a different game than Star Citizen. While there's a lot that Star Citizen can and should copy from Eve, there are some things that simply will never be able to because of the monetization system or because of just simply the realities of the game, right? Like, they've already committed that you can't lose a pledged ship forever. And that's like antithetical to how Eve operates, right? Eve is entirely based around the idea of loss. Like, pilots in Eve say, hey guys, don't worry about your ship. Ships are ammo. You spend ships to get the result you want, right? You can't bring that level to Star Citizen, right? But in terms of economy, in terms of crafting, in terms of player trading, in terms of exploration content and finding locations and sandbox content, there is a ton that Star Citizen really should copy from Eve. Salty Mike goes over it a lot, and I know that Salty Mike gets a lot of hate for being, well, him, but I think he has some good ideas. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think that's a popular take in the PvP community, but I also don't think it's true. Like I said earlier, I really don't think CIG is listening to the vast community at all. aside from when they are in a playtest or they create their own post on Spectrum, I really think we have a lot less say in how when the way this game is going than we think we do. Because neither side feels representative, right? You go and ask a Care Bear if this game has good PvP and if the changes make them happy, and they'll say no. Dude, they added armor, and yet my solo Perseus still got killed by a single Hornet. What the fuck, man? Right? You ask someone if a PvPer likes the current armor system, they're like, no, God, the time to kill is way too long, and all the fun weapons are now really not able to be used, so we have to use weapons that are just simply more annoying to use, like cannons or, you know, NNs, right? At the end of the day, I don't put the blame on the Care Bears, because or the Space Dads or any of that. Because there's exactly one group responsible for what's happening in Star Citizen development, and that's CIG. And like I said, nobody feels like they are being represented. Now, they might be taking ideas or snippets from people. They might be even getting the wrong ideas, taking the wrong things from what people say. But I really think we have dramatically less say in how this game is developed than we think we do. Oh, I fucked it up. That's what I get for switching to the keyboard there. You can't fit both these ships in there, it's just... Here's the thing. Can you fit a shiv? No, you cannot fit a shiv, sadly. Wow, we actually even damaged the ship pretty bad doing that. Can I fix it?
Safe arrival achieved.
Nope, we can't fix it. We'll still take it. We'll be able to repair it at a pad somewhere later. I also need to remember to do that, but I can do that at work. I don't need to do that on the stream here. There we go. You can actually fit a lot more in the Polaris hangar. I'm pretty sure you could get 3 or maybe even 4 wolves in here. I'm actually wondering if I should make that clip from this stream where I explain the flight models into a video. It's really low effort, and I usually don't like doing low effort content. And also, because I heard it all secondhand and from leaks, I'll probably get a lot of hate for putting out inaccurate information, just like I did when I was covering leaks about the armor system, even though I was fucking right. Like, my point from the armor video was right. My I guess my second point. The first one was where we thought it was only based on armor penetration, not alpha, so that was wrong. But the whole concept of it, where hey, armor is really important in 4.7, that was correct. I have plenty of Furies. I don't have the Furies kitted out correctly though. I don't know. At the end of the day though, is that I am a simple human being. I'm going to get things wrong. And I don't have a high level of confidence in what we are actually going to see from the armor changes. Sorry, from the flight model changes. So like, if I put out that video covering the flight model, based on what I've heard from hearsay, and I'm just totally wrong, I will earn any criticism I get, right? And so that's one thing I'm worried about. But it could be a nice, easy video. And I need to put out more videos now to fix my algo. I feel like I explained it decently. My paint skills are horrific, but like, I feel like I was able to actually very easily explain why I'm so worried about the flight model. So this is like something I do that I know is wrong, but it worked. So this is not my first YouTube channel, Spiegel. Flight model. Oh no, Big Bob. Just we had a big educational talk earlier in the stream, and I was debating whether or not I should just take that stream clip and make it into a video, because I had a really strong algorithm going where I was uploading weekly, and then 4.7 went to PTU, and a lot of stuff happened personally as well, where I just sort of took a month off of making content, and now my algorithm's dead. I believe it's 8 SCU. No, it's more than that. Hold on, 12. Yeah, I think it's 12. I think it's, yeah, I think it's 12 SCU or 16. I don't know, man. I don't know cargo values very well, Big Bob, but yeah, because we had that big educational spiel, I debated like, hey, should I put this out as like a low effort video just to help me with my algorithm numbers and get YouTube recommending my content again, even though I hate doing low effort videos. Like, all of my videos that do well and that I like to make have a lot of cool editing shots and you know, things like that. But this would be a lot more to the point, though. I do think I explained it very well from what I've heard from the leaks. But yeah, we were just discussing whether or not it'd be worth doing it, because that month off really hurt my algorithm. I think I put out a decent video on the Wolf today. That is like my usual style, and it is my worst performing video ever besides my very first one. So here, YouTube Studio, I'm not sure if it'll be here because yeah, here it is. Yeah. So right here, guys, I'll just show you a little bit behind the scenes here. This is, I thought it was actually a pretty good video. We have a good impressions click-through rate, but my views are dramatically down for my typical for this period. My viewer duration is right at the bottom end of it, but that's also because it's a shorter video. But then ranking by views, this is literally like basically at this hour point in the lifespan, the only video that is doing worse than it was actually one of my educational ones. So like if we looked at my last ship review before I took my hiatus, which was this ship is better than you think. That was the Hurricane review. At the same amount of hours that it had been live, the same 18 hours and 2 minutes, that video had 5K views, almost 6K views. And just me taking a month off wrecked my algo. I know you guys don't give a shit about this, actually. I should just keep working on Star Citizen. But that's why we're debating, do I put out like kind of a lower effort video today? To just try and get YouTube recommending my videos again. Oh sure, but like we had a very strong algo. Like I was very happy with the views I was getting before I took that hiatus for 4.7, because like honestly, like I said, this isn't my first YouTube channel. On my sim racing YouTube channel, I'm lucky if my videos get 50 views, much less 500, right? So I was very happy when my first big video on this channel went kind of viral for me, which was up to 3K views in like this third day. And then I started putting out videos every week to try and capitalize on that, and I think I built a strong algo. The question is would I be making BS if I put out that video, even though, as far as I am aware, what I have explained is accurate, but also is way lower effort than what I usually would make, right? Because I would normally have those, you know, I'm not saying I have the highest effort editing in Star Citizen. That mantle goes to Morphologists. He has insane cinematography. But like I try really hard, and I really like making cool shots in this game. And so just taking a snippet from a stream, is that really worth a video slot if it's slop? But is it slop if the info's good? I don't know. I don't know. Do I overlay it with like I don't have like kind of the people or the stuff to really explain the flight model differences without setting up something. I don't even know how I would do that. Do a practical demonstration of the flight models because we only have access to one of them, right? But also another thing I don't want to do is kind of like what happened with Uriah there. I don't want to spoil anyone's enjoyment of the game. I thought in one of these I put in a bunch of stuff. Like I put in crews and I put in my ammo for my gun. There it is. Okay, cool. Like, I'm not saying if I don't get 6,000 views in day one of my video, I'm mad. It's just, I could tell the algo hit because that was the exact type of video that would normally do the best for me, right? I know. You're right. Here, I can access them all individually and put different things in each. Content creators that I used to love don't stream anymore, don't make vids. It's just not worth it for them anymore. Yeah, Subliminal. Subliminal was a big one for a while there. Has he really stopped? When I got more into PvP, I kind of stopped watching his stuff because he was more PvE oriented. What I will say is, guys, like I want to make one thing clear. I'm not doing this for money or for like trying to be a successful YouTuber per se. YouTube is a hobby for me. It's just, it is more fun when things are going well, right? Like, I'll still make videos and stuff, but will I make them every day if I'm not getting a bunch of comments and a bunch of views and people to engage with on this awesome game that I still love, right? No, but if things are going well, then I'll be encouraged to keep doing it, right? Voidy vids, I know, yeah. All right, we have the Polaris gang back together. Well, let's really quick, let's let it respawn before we get too crazy here. If you liked Voidy, is not quite the same. Actually, it's quite different. But Detox does do a lot of that same org style content. Like, Detox has a great video out right now. Really cool video. Okay, right, we're in studio. I'm stupid. This is why you guys shouldn't listen to me. I'm quite unintelligent here. But he has this one. This is a 150 player war broke Star Citizen. This is a super cool video, guys.
Ready to engage the guys?
Yeah. But yeah, so that's cool. There's also Lofty, which is a lot of bounty hunting content. Right.
Get fast and reliable.
So those are both guys that I like it. You're right that Voidy was a bit more candid. Detox does like to put on a show. I'm just saying it's a similar vibe.
The verse has changed. It's no longer.
Yeah.
I'd gone back to one of the OLP sites on Daymar and
So those are some creators that I enjoy. Yeah, I can absolutely do that. I guess one thing though that does worry me about how fragile my algorithm seems to be right now is that I feel like it's kind of inevitable that there will be times where I don't put out videos for a while, whether or not I'm like playing other games with my friends or focusing on sim racing for a bit or just don't have an idea. And I'm kind of worried now about feeling stressed to take a month off of putting out videos, but we'll just have to see. I'm not planning on it again, but you know, Source Citizen is the kind of game that's kind of at its best when you can come to it when you're feeling it and then not play it when you're not. What I don't want to happen is to have this become a job.
Looks like you're on your way. It was great being able to help you, and I hope you're able to visit us here at New Babbage again real soon.
Alrighty. Oh god, the lag. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Thank you. In terms of being a content creator, if you want to do it, yeah. And that is really difficult, right? Especially for me and my niche. Because my niche is PvP, right? Now, I will never say that I'm the top PvPer in the game. I'll never say that I am, you know, the best of the best or anything like that. I'm a journeyman, but that's like where all my focus and passion is. And that's because I had that passion and because I have ADHD hyperfocus. Jesus, the lag. I have a lot of knowledge that I've obtained from trying to learn PvP. Please don't crash, game. I beg you, don't crash. But you will think it now. No. Jesus. Come back to me, game. Come back. Alright, alright, alright. She's stabilizing. And like, because my niche is that in its specialized knowledge in a single game, right? It's very hard for me to branch out. In fact, all of my YouTube channels I've tried had always been very focused, right? Like, I have a Star Citizen channel. I have a sim racing channel. I had a firearms channel. The barrel only MSR yesterday crashed the menu. Oh man. Hey, my textures are gone. Where we're going, we don't need textures. All right. Yes, it is still technically active. No, I don't really think I want to share it. I mean, I could. It's still up. It's still public. I haven't gotten in trouble over anything on it. It's just, frankly, the climate around firearms in the United States has become exhausting. I don't think firearms should be political, and yet they are. And it was impacting my real life relationships. So that's why I hung up it there. Also, if you think being a Star Citizen content creator is expensive and all the ships you need to buy for that, getting a new gun to review when you don't have sponsors. No, I can share it. I can share it. Also, like, I mean, I don't know, a lot of those videos are really old now. Not quite up to the standards that I have for current stuff. Here. It was a weird concept for a channel, I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, I was not Paul Harrell, I'll tell you that. What I would do is something where I would look at like how a certain game does firearms and compare it. So like, for example, one of my earliest videos was on Modern Warfare 2019 and how like it was so stupid that one of the meta attachments was that you could run the guns with no stocks, and that would increase your ADS time. And so I was showing examples and talking about why that was really stupid. So, for example, in this video, where somebody on Reddit was asking like, hey, is this type of full auto accuracy possible? I went and tested it, right? So I explained my gun setup for that video. And this was in the middle of the 2020 ammo crisis, by the way, guys. So this was when ammo was incredibly expensive. I tested a full auto video. So once again, I spent way too long talking. This is 7 minutes and we haven't shot the gun yet, by the way. This is why I say like, yo, hey,
here. So I'm not saying the FRT is not also semi-auto. It's just, you know.
No, I'm not very proud of these older videos, but yeah. I got a nice camera for it and everything.
I am just going to be making sure I'm hitting roughly where I want to.
So that was just testing 0 there. And then
we swapped out.
We're now swapped to the lower that has the fun switch in it.
Let's see how we do.
But like, here's kind of a valid criticism, is that one, I'm not a soldier. Yes, I went to a military school, but I'm not a soldier. I'm not really in shape and I'm not very experienced in full auto.
Yeah,
so me testing this was stupid. I wasted a bunch of money.
Nothing so far. Maybe one. I think we got one. Single.
And like, yeah, I did do some shooting competitions, but like that's different. Yeah, literally, it's funny is that the only shot I got was the first shot. That was the only one I got of that entire spray. So I got the first shot on at 100 yards in the A zone, and then nothing else. And so we walk it in, we move it closer, we do more. But yeah, like I said, this caused a lot of interpersonal drama in my life, as well as stuff. So I still have a very vast firearms collection. I have had to sell a few of them, unfortunately. There was a time where I was in some financial issues. That's been long resolved. I'm totally okay now. But once again, I guess keep going closer to see when where I can get the accuracy from the video in. But yeah. So I think I managed to mostly hide my channel name, because there's a lot, like, honestly guys, like, it's simply not the type of channel that I think I can do, or people, or should be done with the climate around firearms ownership in the United States. Because it can't simply be a hobby issue. It can't simply be something enjoyable. It is pretty toxic to engage with it in the way that I engage with it, right? Because like I said, I wasn't just reviewing guns, so I was going to try to do that, is I was comparing them to video games, which got me into a lot of hot water and stuff and things for subject matter and things, because I'm a gamer, right? And so like that's also where my interest in firearms first came from, was, you know, Counter-Strike and Battlefield and Call of Duty and stuff, and that's what led me to start collecting. But unfortunately, just simply, it's not, it wasn't a viable thing for me to do. I did get to about 500 subscribers, which was pretty successful for me. But yeah. Try being interesting as being in Cali. Yeah. Yeah. So you're behind enemy lines, my friend. And I hate even saying it as enemy lines. Like, I don't think firearms should be a political topic. But unfortunately, they have been made one. And it's just what it is, right?
That felt a lot better. I'm not sure.
Oh god. Yeah. Yes, Sky. I do fully agree with you, but one thing I do want to say just is like, I don't want to really get into the politics of it. Not that I disagree with you or that you're wrong in any way, shape, or form. It's just I want to keep this content as approachable as I can to as many people as I can, right? And a lot of people feel so strongly about that sort of thing that they can't separate someone's beliefs from the person. And as much as I would love to nerd out with guns with you guys, I genuinely would. I would love to go show off some of the new ones that I have now that I didn't have back during the channel. I want to try and keep this one focused here and safe. Oh, I know. I'm not gonna like. Well, I hope I'm not going to become a slave to the algorithm. I just want to rebuild the very healthy algorithm that I did have for a small channel. But like I said, like genuinely, I wish firearms weren't a political issue and I could just simply say, hey guys, I'm not a soldier, I'm not a militia member, I'm not a radical. I am a collector of modern military weapons because I think they're mechanically very interesting, fun to shoot, and I like to shoot sports. And I wish it could just stop there. But in America right now, in the climate we have, it can't. And like I said, it caused me a lot of grief. Like stopping that channel was not an easy decision, but I was enjoying it. But yeah. It's true. It's true. But right now my workflow is basically I spend a week getting footage for something, right? So I'll do streams or I'll play solo, and I will work to record for my next video. Then on Saturday and Sunday I'll actually edit the video, and I'll set it to release about 12 hours after I'm done editing it. So it gives time for it to fully check everything on YouTube. That's usually around Monday morning, right? And so with that work schedule, just because of how slow I am to make videos, pre-making ones, unless they like fall into my lap, like I get an awesome battle that I can make in the video about. But also I've never done that content on this channel, and Journey John does that, and he makes great videos and doesn't really get views, and I don't know if it's because he doesn't clickbait like I do, or what, because he uploads way more frequently really good fighting videos. The algorithm's weird. I got blessed. I got my first video to go viral, my second video about the Shiv to go, well, okay, viral for a small creator. Uploading a video on a brand new channel and getting 3,700 views in the first 3 days is wild. At least in my experience. For gaming, for a new gaming YouTube channel, that was mind-boggling. I had 100 subs in one video, right? And it really motivated me to push out for weekly content. Then I did the Hornet Ghost video, and that also took off. Like, I literally had 3 videos in a row take off. I was blessed. I don't know if I'll ever get that back. I'm hoping now that I've got a community, and I've got people who come and hang out, and I've got built an audience. Like 1,500 or 1,300 people is nothing to sniff at. And like, especially because like my channel was always going to be focused on like the what is versus the what will be or what could be. Shorts help if you do enough of them. I was doing shorts initially as well, yeah. Like I could absolutely make a short about what happened to my Polaris today. Yeah.
Quantum fuel is at 75%.
Is it? I don't think it is. No, I think the flight model, unless I really edit down a lot of it, I'm not sure I can make it a short. Also, really look at the length of that talk. But if it was at least 8 minutes long that I can stretch out into it, then it's going to be a full video, I think. It's true. The orgs and people to help you shoot videos and stuff is really helpful. It's just I don't know if I could ever do a channel org. I can do a channel Discord, and I probably will, where we have a community, but an actual org, I really don't know if I want to commit to that. The politics of it, the dramas of it, the issues I've had in orgs of the past. And the sandbox is what I love about Star Citizen. I'll make that very clear. But it's also why like I haven't yet made a video like that was just me playing the game. All my videos have had a subject and have had something for me saying, and then me playing the game is in the background. And I leave me playing the game to these streams, right? And I really do enjoy the streams. I enjoy streaming more than I enjoy making videos. Streaming is, I just chill and I get cool people to talk to. I was streaming on Twitch for years. I was actually one of the first people to get the affiliate status when I was added to Twitch. Back then I was a Battlefield streamer, of all things, Battlefield 4. And when Battlefield 1 came out, I didn't like Battlefield 1. Still don't, which is a very unpopular opinion, but I can go into why later. But so I stayed playing BF4, and there was a brief window where I was the most viewed BF4 streamer. Granted, this was well into BF1 being the new hotness, right? And I got 2,500 subs, or sorry, not subs, followers on Twitch, and things were looking up. And then I started playing some different games, and it all went away. The live streams are always going to be for me, and also because they're a free way to record content without me taking up hard drive space. Straight up. Like, if you watch any of my videos, there's tons of live stream footage in there. It helps me connect with you guys. It gives me footage. I don't know. It's really, at this point, if I'm playing Star Citizen, I kind of want to stream it, because I could be making content and having fun. But I also know that I can't just become a streamer. I need to make the videos. I need a lot bigger of a community before I can just be a streamer. I'm not saying I even want to. Did I miss something? What happened, guys? All three of you just reacted really crazy there. Rip? I am so confused. We're back? Guys, look at what I found as I was just flying. Looking for a place to land. Now let's hope we can frickin'. That'd be rad, Bob. Unironically. The question is, can we even break it? Because we don't even have all our mining gadgets, really. And that looks like a big rock. I doubt we can break it. I really doubt we can break it.
Engines are off.
I almost don't care what quality it is. This is what we needed to craft the armor. We checked the Shubin store, but they didn't have any. And I didn't want to fly back to Nyx, right? Because the idea was just to log off here and then just really I was just flying here to log off. So then I could do more content here. Blow it up. I believe it's the Palantino, or no, it's something else. Artemex. Hold on. Antium. Yeah, so Antium requires Stellaron, and you know, basically we just got our first blueprint and we're like, let's just craft it. Let's experience this loop so I can talk about it to people, right? We've got several pieces of the Moss set, so that's probably what we'll do. We'll go through and do. But yeah, it all requires Stellaron. And we looked for Stellaron for an entire stream. And it was super rare. And so what I was going to do is like, yeah, I was going to fly around on this planet, do missions on this planet, and if I see it, and we just did, we'll grab it. Because while I am not a miner and I don't intend to like cover mining, crafting is a big new feature, and I am a YouTuber and people are gonna ask me questions. Ooh, that was bad. It was a coupled mode. Coupled mode was why. Coupled mode was exactly why there. And all right. Oh, it said medium for a second. For just a second, it said medium, and I was so hopeful. It's also good quality. I literally, chat taught me how to mine when I was trying this out, just because I wanted to have an understanding of it. Oh my god, fucking coupled mode. I hate you, coupled mode. Yeah, I don't even have any of my bind set. Oh god. We have a chance with the surge. It was not 100%. All right, let's let that overcharge entirely mine down. And then we'll start with the surge. It's definitely gonna blow. Yeah, I just don't have the stability. Downside. Yeah, so I have none of my binds set up for mining. So to do anything on it, I need to play mouse and keyboard, which is not how I fly usually. All right, we'll try again. So I think we're gonna break it. So where is optimal range? Like right there. Yeah, that was pretty bad though still from us, so... They won't take all of it, even though it might not all be totally worth it. We got, of the good stuff, we got about 0.2 SEU. Absolutely. I'm surprised we got it, and I'm definitely need to re-up our surge module. But we have it on board. We do still have the modules inside the ship, yes. Otherwise, we would not have been able to do that. There we go. That was pretty sick. That was pretty cool. I'm glad we finally got Stellaron. The other two things we need to craft are easy to get, but then we're also going to need to refine them. And also, we don't want to be doing more missions in his zone, because I want like the P6LR blueprint and things like that as well. So, I have no idea why my textures or my armor completely just died near the end of the stream. But yeah, we're going to just call it here, I think. We're pretty far from anywhere, any markers. We were flying for a place to land, and we just ran into it. So, this was a very long stream, 4 hours long. It's 2 a.m. My sleep schedule once again just looks at me and cries. But I will I'm gonna call that a good, nice, long stream.
So for everyone who came by and watched and hung out and chatted, thank you guys so much. I'm really strongly debating turning my lecture on the flight models into a video for tomorrow. So keep an eye out if it comes out. I know you guys have already seen it, but I'd appreciate the support if I do release it, if you guys would rewatch it, or at least go in, leave a like, do some sort of engagement, click on it at least, because we need to rebuild the algo. But then on Wednesday I was already planning on making the review roundup video anyways. So thank you guys so much for watching, for hanging out, chatting. I appreciate you all so much. You made streaming worth it. Peace.